Hello, welcome. In this video, you'll hear how love changes a person and their life. But first, let me ask you this. Does love change a person's life? Why does no one resist this change? Don't they feel strange when the life they're used to starts to change? Think about it. You've lived alone for years. Then suddenly someone comes along and completely changes your life. That's the story you'll hear today. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. If you're ready, let's begin. The renowned novelist R. returned to Vienna early in the morning from a relaxing 3-day trip to the mountains. When he bought a newspaper at the station, he glanced at the date and immediately realized it was his birthday. 41st. He thought, feeling neither pleasure nor pain at this realization. He quickly glanced at the rustling pages of the newspaper and took a taxi home. After informing him of 2 visitors and several phone calls while he was away, the butler brought a tray of accumulated mail. R. glanced at the mail indifferently, opening a few envelopes because the senders caught his attention. He set aside the letter with foreign handwriting and a rather thick appearance. Meanwhile, tea was brought, and R. leaned back comfortably in his armchair, flipping through the pages of the newspaper and other publications a little more. Then he lit a cigar and reached for the letter he had set aside. It was a hastily written, approximately 24 pages, from the hand of a foreign and restless woman. It resembled a draft more than a letter. R. involuntarily checked the envelope once more, wondering if there was any explanatory note left inside. But the envelope was empty, and like the papers, it had neither a sender's address nor a signature. Strange, thought R, and picked up the letter again. To you, who have never known me, was written at the top, instead of an address or a title. R. paused in astonishment. Was this addressed to her, or merely to a figment of her imagination? Suddenly, her curiosity was piqued, and she began to read. My child died yesterday. For 3 days and 3 nights I fought death for that tiny, fragile life. For 40 hours I sat beside her bed while the flu tormented her poor, warm body with fever. I put something cool on his burning forehead, and held his anxious little hands day and night. On the 3rd evening I collapsed. My eyes were exhausted and closed before I realized it. I fell asleep in the hard chair for 3 or 4 hours, and in the meantime, death took him from me. My sweet, poor son is now there, in his narrow child's bed, exactly as he was when he died. Only his eyes, those intelligent, dark eyes, are closed, his hands clasped on his white nightgown, and 4 long candles burn in the 4 corners of the bed. I dare not look there, I dare not move, because when the candles flicker, shadows quickly pass over my son's face and closed mouth. His features seem to move, and then I might think that he is not dead, that he will wake up again, that he might say something sweet and childlike to me in his bright voice. But I know he's dead. I don't want to look back at him anymore, so as not to get my hopes up again, so as not to be disappointed again. I know, my child died yesterday. Now only you exist in the world for me, only you who know nothing about me, you who pretend to know nothing, you who mock everything and everyone. Yes, only you who never knew me and whom I always loved. I took the 5th candle and placed it here, on the table where I am writing to you. Because I cannot be alone with my dead child, suppressing the cries of my soul, and with whom else can I speak in these terrible hours but with you, you who have always been and still are everything to me. Perhaps I am not speaking clearly enough, perhaps you do not understand me, because my head is very muddled, my temples are trembling and throbbing, all my limbs are in pain. I think I have a fever, or perhaps the flu, which creeps from door to door, has now infected me, and that would be good, because then I can go with my child and not have to struggle with myself. Sometimes my eyes completely darken, perhaps I cannot even finish this letter, but I want to gather all my strength, just once, only this time, to speak with you, my love, you who never knew me. I only want to speak with you. I want to tell you everything for the first time. You must know my whole life, that life which was always yours and which you never knew. But you must learn my secret only when I die, when you no longer have to answer me. When what is now shaking my limbs with so much ice and so much fire has truly come to an end. If I have to go on living, then I will tear up this letter and continue to be silent, as I have always been. But if my letter is in your hands, then know that here, someone who is now dead is telling you about their life, a life that was always yours, from the first minute to the last breath. Do not let my words frighten you. Someone who is dead no longer wants anything, either to be loved, nor to be pitied, nor to be comforted. All I ask of you is to believe everything that my pain, which is now escaping you, reveals about me. Believe everything. I only ask this of you. A person does not lie at the moment of death of their only child. I want to tell you about my whole life, the life that truly began on the day I first met you. Before that, there was only something blurry and confused, something that could never be fully understood through attempts at remembrance. Perhaps a dusty, cobweb-covered, dark cellar in my heart filled with objects and people of which I have no knowledge. When you arrived, I was 13. And I lived in the same building where you live now, that is, where you hold the last breath of my life in your hands as I write this letter. Our apartment was on the same hallway, directly opposite your apartment door. I'm absolutely certain you don't remember us anymore. The woman who was the widow of an auditor, she always wore mourning clothes, and her skinny daughter who hadn't yet grown up, because we lived so quietly, buried deep in our petty bourgeois poverty. Perhaps you never even heard our names, because there was no sign on our apartment door and no one came or went, no one asked about us. It's been a long time, 15 or 16 years. No, I'm sure you don't know anymore, my darling. But oh yes, I remember every detail with passion, the day I first heard about you, the day I first saw you. No, I even remember the hour as if it were today. And how could I not remember? For me, the world, life, began then. Be patient, my love, I beg you. Don't tire yourself out listening to me for this quarter of an hour, because I have told you everything, all of it, from the very beginning, and I will continue to tell you, because I have never tired of loving you for a lifetime. Before you moved into our building, ugly, nasty, quarrelsome people lived in your apartment. In their own poverty, they hated the poverty of the neighbors, that is, our poverty, because it had no connection with their rough, uncouth proletarianism. The man was a drunkard and beat his wife. We were often awakened at night by the noise of overturned chairs and broken plates. Once, the woman ran up the stairs with her face covered in blood and her hair disheveled, and her drunk husband was shouting after her. Finally, those who rushed out of their door frightened the man by threatening to call the police. My mother avoided any contact with them from the very beginning and forbade me from talking to her children, so the children took revenge on me at every opportunity. When we met in the street, they would yell foul words at me from behind, and once they threw so many hardened snowballs at me that blood ran down my forehead. The whole building instinctively hated these people, and then suddenly, I think the man was imprisoned for theft. The family had to pack up and move out, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. For a few days the "For Rent" sign hung on the main door of the building, then it was taken down, and the news spread quickly through the doorman that a writer, a quiet gentleman living alone, had rented the apartment. That's when I first heard your name. Within a few days, painters, cleaners, and wallpaperers came to clean the house of its previous greasy occupants. The sounds of hammers, brushes, and scrapers followed one another, but my mother was pleased to hear it, saying that the filthy life in the opposite apartment had finally ended. I didn't see you during the move either. All the work was overseen by the kind of servant who only works in the houses of the upper class, that short, serious-looking, gray-haired gentleman, who managed everything silently and with an attitude that showed he was only focused on the matter, looking down from above. He impressed us all deeply, firstly because a servant was something very new to our building in the suburbs, and secondly because he treated everyone with extreme politeness, without considering himself equal to the regular servants, and without engaging in friendly conversations with them. From the very first day, He began to greet my mother as a lady, and he was always sincere and serious, even towards a mischievous child like me. When he mentioned your name, he did so with a special expression of respect. It was immediately clear that he was bound to you far beyond a typical servant relationship. Yes, that's why I loved that kind old Johann so much. But I was also jealous of him because he could always be near you and serve you. I tell you all this, my love, all these little, almost ridiculous things, so that you can understand how you could have affected that shy and timid child, me, from the very beginning. Before you came into my life, there was a kind of halo around you, a space of richness, difference, and secrecy, we, the inhabitants of that small building in the suburbs. Because those with cramped lives are curious about every new person who comes to their door, had begun to wait impatiently for you to move in. And this curiosity about you reached its peak one afternoon when I came home and saw the carriage full of furniture parked in front of the building. The porters had already carried most of the heavy pieces upstairs. Now the smaller pieces were being carried away one by one. I stood at the door to look at everything in wonder, because all the goods displayed a strange difference unlike anything I had ever seen before. Among these goods were depictions of Indian gods, Italian statues, large paintings with bright colors, and then, from the very back, books, an unbelievable number of beautiful books. They were all piled up in front of the door, where the servant received them and carefully dusted each one with a feather broom. Curiously, I approached the ever-growing pile. The servant neither turned me away nor encouraged me, therefore, I dared not touch any of them, though I would have loved to feel the soft leather of some of them. Hesitantly, I just glanced at their titles. Among them were French and English books, some in languages I didn't know at all. I think I could have looked at them all for hours, just then. My mother called me inside. Although we hadn't met yet, I couldn't help but think of you all evening. I only had about a dozen cheap, worn-out cardboard books, which I loved more than anything and always reread. And now, the question was bothering me, what kind of person would own and read all these wonderful books, who knew all these languages, who was so rich and at the same time so knowledgeable? An extraordinary, profound respect was mixed within me with the thought of the existence of so many books. I tried to picture you in my mind. In that picture you were an old man with glasses and a long white beard. You resembled our geography teacher. Only you were much better, more handsome, and gentler. I don't know how I could have been so convinced from the very beginning that you also had to be handsome, even though I pictured you as an old man. That night, and before I even knew you, for the first time in my life, I dreamed of you. The next day you moved, but despite all my watching, I couldn't see you. This only increased my curiosity. Finally, on the third day, I saw you, and my astonishment was immense, because you were so different. You had nothing to do with that childlike image of God the Father. In my imagination, you were a sweet, elderly man with glasses, and then you appeared, you, in your current form, no different from how you are today, the unchanging person over whom the years have flowed. You were wearing a very stylish light brown sports outfit, and with your unique lightness, like that of a boy, you ran up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. You were holding your hat in your hand, so I could see your bright and lively face, along with your youthful hair, with an indescribable astonishment. Yes, I was terrified at how young, how lovely, how light and elegant you were. And isn't it strange that I noticed from the very first moment that quality in you, which I and others always perceive with amazement, was something you were, in a sense, a person with a dual personality, both a warm-hearted, carefree young man who devoted himself entirely to play and adventure, and at the same time a highly educated and knowledgeable man who displayed ruthless seriousness in his art, and a strong sense of duty. Over time, I had perceived something in my subconscious that everyone else felt in you. You were living a double life, one side bright, a completely open surface to the world, and the other side very dark, a surface known only to you. I, a child of only 13, felt this dual structure in the bottomless depths, the secret of your existence, at first sight, under the influence of a magical attraction. Do you understand now, my love, what a miracle it was for me, for a child, what a captivating veil of mystery it represented? To suddenly discover that a person you respect because he writes books, because he is famous in that other, bigger world, is also young, elegant, cheerful like a boy, and a 25-year-old man. I don't know if I need to say this, but from that day on, in our house, in my whole wretched childhood world, nothing interested me except you. With all the intense insistence and stubbornness of a 13-year-old child, I started to revolve only around your life, your existence. I watched you, I watched your habits, I watched the people who came and went to you, and all this only increased my curiosity about you instead of decreasing it, because the dual nature of your being was also expressed in the differences of these visitors. Among those who came were young people, your friends, with whom you were laughing and having fun, you were in good spirits. Most of them were university students who had gone wild, and then there were ladies, they were arriving in cars. Once the great conductor, the director of the opera, came. I had only watched him from afar and at his podium, with respect, until that day. Then there were little girls, still going to business school, and they would slip through the door with a shy demeanor. And meanwhile, many women were also coming. I didn't think anything special about them, not even one morning, when I saw a lady with her face completely covered by a veil coming out of your house as I was about to go to school. It didn't occur to me, for I was only 13 years old. And that passionate curiosity I felt while watching you was actually a love experienced in the identity of a child. That I hadn't yet realized. But my darling, I still remember the day and hour when I lost myself in you completely and forever. I was out for a walk with a friend from school, and then we were standing at the entrance of the building chatting. At that moment, a car came and stopped, and you, with that impatient and agile manner of yours which still captivates me today, immediately wanted to jump out of the car and go to the door. Without thinking, I felt compelled to open the door for you, and so I stepped in front of you. We almost collided. You looked at me with that soft and enveloping gaze like tenderness. Yes, I can't describe it any other way. You smiled tenderly and spoke in a very low, almost intimate voice. "Thank you very much, Fräulein." That was all, my darling, but from the moment I felt that soft, tender gaze, I was smitten with you. However, later, not long after, I would understand that he directed that embracing, attractive, enveloping, but simultaneously undressing gaze, that gaze characteristic of a naturally seductive man, to every woman who passed by, every shop assistant, every maid who opened the door, that this gaze was not conscious in you, not a matter of will or inclination, but had become soft and warm due to the closeness you felt to women. But at that time, as a 13-year-old child, I was unaware of this. It was as if I had fallen into a fire. I thought that this affection was directed only and solely at me, and in that moment, the woman hidden in my youth had awakened. That woman remained infatuated with you until the end. "Who is this man?" my friend asked. I couldn't answer her immediately. It was impossible for me to say his name. At that very moment, in that single moment, his name had become something sacred to me, a secret of my own. Any man who lives in the same building," I stammered awkwardly afterwards. "Then why did you turn bright red as soon as he looked at you?" my friend taunted with all the malice of a curious child. And because I understood that he was prying into my secret with a mocking expression, my cheeks flushed even more. I became rude because of my shyness. "You're no different from a goose," I said angrily. If I could, I would have strangled him right there. But my friend started laughing much louder and more maliciously, and finally I felt my eyes fill with tears from the anger of my helplessness. I left my friend there and ran upstairs. From that moment on, I loved you. I know women have said that word to you, to a man like you who has always been spoiled. But believe me, no one has ever loved you as much as that girl, that is, as much as me, as much as I am and always will be for you, with the slavish devotion of a dog, because nothing on earth can compare to the unnoticed love of a child in the shadows. Because this love is a love so desperate, so devoted to serving the other, so submissive, so ever lurking and so full of passion, that the passionate and subconsciously demanding love of an adult woman can never be. Only lonely children can preserve their passions completely, without dispersing them. Others waste their feelings in the atmosphere of companionship, spend them on chatter, blunt them with intimacy, have read and heard much about love, and know that love is a shared fate. They play with it as if it were a toy, like boys who smoke their first cigarettes, and boast about it. But as for me, I had no one to confide in, no one taught me anything or warned me. I was inexperienced and unaware of everything. I surrendered myself to my fate as if jumping into an abyss. Everything that branched out and surfaced within me knew only you, only the dream of you. My father had long since died. My mother had become estranged from me with the grief that had buried joy forever and the timidity of those condemned to widow's pension. My half-degenerate girlfriends at school were repulsive to me, because they made a game of trivializing what was ultimately passion for me. So I laid before you everything that normally fell apart, everything that was suppressed and impatiently always sprouting again. You were everything to me. How can I tell you? Every attempt at this falls short, yes, because you were everything to me, my whole life. Everything existed for me only insofar as it was related to you. Everything in my life was meaningful only insofar as it was connected to you. You changed my whole life. Until that day, I was an indifferent and ordinary student at school, but suddenly I became first. I was reading many books until late at night, because I knew you loved books, and because I believed you loved music. I suddenly, almost stubbornly, and to my mother's astonishment, started practicing the piano. To please you and to be worthy of you, I kept my clothes clean and I was mending the tears, and I felt terrible about my old school uniform. It was a repurposed old house dress of my mother, because of the old square stain on the left side. I was afraid you would notice it and see me down, so whenever I ran up the stairs trembling with fear, I would press my school bag against the stain. But this was utterly foolish, because you never, almost never, saw me. But despite all that, I was actually doing nothing all day except waiting for you and lying in ambush for you. There was a small brass peephole in our door, and through that round peephole your door could be seen. That peephole, no, don't laugh, my love, because even today, yes, even today I feel ashamed of the hours I spent there, was my eye to the world, and for months and years I lay in ambush there, in that icy hall, with a book in my hand, all afternoon, afraid of arousing my mother's suspicion. I was as tense as a wire and I vibrated with every touch of your presence. I was always around you, always tense and restless, but you could only feel me as much as you felt the tension of the spring of the watch you carried in your pocket, patiently counting and measuring your hours in the dark, accompanying you on your journeys with unheard pulse beats, and only directing your hurried glances at the ticking of the seconds in 1/1,000,000th of a second. I knew everything about you, every habit, every tie and every suit. I quickly learned who your acquaintances were and began to differentiate between them, classifying them as those I liked and those I found repulsive. From 13 to 16, I lived every hour with you. Oh, if only you knew what crazy things I did. I kissed the doorknob your hand had touched. I stole a cigar but you threw away before entering your apartment, and now I consider it a sacred object because your lips had touched it. In the evenings, perhaps 100 times, I would invent an excuse to run downstairs to the street, to see which of your rooms had a light on, so that I could feel your presence, that invisible presence, more acutely. And during the weeks you were away, whenever I saw you carrying down the yellow suitcase that sweet Johann used on his travels, my heart would stop with fear. Yes, during those weeks my life seemed to fade and become meaningless. I would wander around with a sullen face, feeling down, and looking around me with a nasty expression, and I had to be constantly careful that my mother wouldn't see my sadness in my eyes. which showed that I was crying. I know, all of this, all that I've told you here, is just repulsive excesses and childish follies. Actually, I should be ashamed of them, but I wasn't, because my love for you was never as pure and passionate as it was during those childish outbursts. I could talk for hours, even days, about how I lived with you then. And with you who hardly recognized my face. Because when I met you on the stairs and couldn't escape, I would run past you, my head bowed in fear at the sight of your burning gaze. As if jumping into water so that fire wouldn't burn me. I could talk for hours, for days, about those years that have long since flown by. I could lay out the calendar of your whole life before your eyes. But I don't want to bore you. I don't want to cause you pain. All I want is to share this most beautiful experience of my childhood with you. And I hope you won't mock me because what I'm going to tell you is so insignificant. Because for a child at that time, for me, that thing was an eternity in itself. It must have been a Sunday. You had gone out for a walk, and the servant was dragging the heavy carpets he had shaken out through the open door of the apartment. That kind-hearted man was working hard, and I, with a sudden burst of courage, went up to him and asked if I could help. The man was surprised, but he gave me permission, and so I could see, and do I need to say how respectfully he did it, the inside of his house, his world, his writing desk where he always sat, and on which stood a blue crystal vase containing a few flowers. Then the cupboards, the pictures, the books. It was a sneaky, almost snatching glance into his life, because faithful Johann would undoubtedly have prevented me from making a full observation. But with that single glance I absorbed the whole atmosphere and thus received the nourishment necessary for the endless dreams I see both awake and asleep. That minute, that single minute that passed so quickly, was the happiest minute of my childhood. I wanted to tell you about that minute, to you who don't know me at all, so that you might begin to sense how an entire life depends on you and how it passes by. And I also wanted to tell you about the other one. That terrible period of time that was unfortunately very close to this event. I, as I've said before, had forgotten everything for your sake. I wasn't paying attention to my mother and I wasn't interested in anyone. So I didn't notice that an elderly gentleman, a merchant from Innsbruck and a distant relative of my mother's husband, was coming more and more often and staying longer, and moreover, it suited me, because sometimes the man took my mother to the theater, and I could be alone, I could think of you, I could lie in wait for you, and that was my greatest happiness, my only happiness. One day my mother called me to her room with a somewhat formal expression. She said she wanted to talk about something serious. At that, my face turned pale and my heart suddenly started beating wildly. Could she have sensed something, understood something? The first thing I thought of was you, the secret that connected me to the world. But my mother also seemed shy. She kissed me affectionately once or twice. Something she never normally did, pulled me to her side on the sofa, and then, with a hesitant and shy expression, began to tell me her relative, who was also a widow, had proposed to her, and my mother, thinking of me above all else, was determined to accept the offer. My blood began to fill my heart with even more warmth. Only one thought rose within me as an answer, the thought of you. However, I could only stammer. But we're staying here, aren't we? No, we're moving to Innsbruck, where Ferdinand has a beautiful villa. I didn't hear anything after that. My vision blurred. I later learned that I had fainted. I heard my mother tell my stepfather, who was waiting behind the door, that I had gone back with my hands outstretched, and then collapsed to the ground like a bullet. I cannot tell you what happened in the following days, how I tried to defend myself like a helpless child against their excessively strong wills. Now, as I think about all this, my hand holding the pen still trembles. I couldn't reveal my real secret, so my resistance was perceived as mere stubbornness and malice. No one spoke to me anymore, and everything was done in secret. They used the hours I was at school to prepare for the move. Each time I returned home, more of the belongings had been moved or sold. I could see how the house, and thus my life, was falling apart, and once, When I arrived for lunch, the movers had already arrived and taken everything else. In the empty rooms, there were packed suitcases, and 2 camp beds for my mother and me. We were going to sleep there for one more night, the last night, and the next day we would leave for Innsbruck. On that last day, I felt with a sudden resolve that I couldn't live without being close to you. I saw no salvation other than you. I can never tell you how I thought about it, or if I could think properly during those hours of despair. But suddenly, my mother had left. I got up in my school uniform and went across to you. No, actually I didn't go. Something pulled me like a magnet to your door with my stiff legs and trembling joints. As I told you before, I didn't really know what I wanted. Perhaps I wanted to fall at your feet and beg you to keep me as a servant, as a slave, and I fear you will laugh at the excess of a 15-year-old girl. But darling, if you knew how I stood outside, in the icy corridor, frozen with fear, and yet how I was propelled forward by an unbelievable force, and how I tore my trembling arm, as if tearing it from my body, so that it could rise into the air. It was a battle that lasted for the eternity of those terrible seconds, and how I pressed my finger on the button on the doorknob. Believe me, you wouldn't laugh. That shrill ringing and the silence that followed, when my heart stopped. All my blood flow ceased, and I only listened intently to see if you were coming still. Echoes in my ears today. But you didn't come. Nobody came. That afternoon you must have gone out, and Johann had gone shopping, so I, with the dead ringing in my ears, and fumbling, returned to our own wrecked, empty house and collapsed, exhausted, onto a plaid blanket, as if I had walked for hours through deep mud. But beneath this exhaustion, the determination to see you, to speak with you before they dragged me away, was still warm and alive like a burning ember. I swear to you, there was no lustful thought in it. I was still ignorant of it, because I thought of nothing but you. All I wanted was to see you one more time, to embrace you. Then, my love, I waited for you all night, all that terrible and long night. I crept quietly into the hallway to listen for your arrival as soon as my mother lay down and fell asleep. I waited all night, and it was a freezing January night. I was tired, my whole body ached, and there wasn't even a chair to sit on, so I lay stretched out on the floor, on the ground where the draft from under the door blew through. I lay on the floor, which ached my body, wearing only a thin garment, because I hadn't covered myself with anything, and I didn't want to get warm for fear that if I fell asleep I wouldn't be able to hear your footsteps. I was in pain, my legs were cramped up, and my arms were trembling. The terrible darkness was so cold that I had to get up every now and then. I waited for you as if waiting for my fate. Finally, it must have been 2 or 3 in the morning. I heard the door of the building open downstairs and footsteps coming up the stairs. The cold suddenly lifted from me, a warmth enveloped me. I gently opened the door to run to you, to fall at your feet. Oh, I don't know what I would have done then, as a foolish child. The footsteps were approaching, a candlelight flashed. Trembling, I grasped the doorknob. Could it be you? Yes, it was you, my love, but you weren't alone. I heard a faint chuckle, like someone being tickled, the rustling of a silk dress and your low voice. You had returned home with a woman. I don't know how I got through that night. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, they dragged me to Innsbruck. I no longer had the strength to resist. My child died last night, and now, if I really have to continue living, I will be alone again. Tomorrow those strangers, those rough men in black, will come and bring a coffin, and they will lay my only child in it. Perhaps some acquaintances will come and bring wreaths. But what good are flowers on a coffin? They will console me and say some words. But what good can words do me? I know that after that I will be alone again. And there is nothing more terrible than being alone among people. I learned this then, during those 2 years that seemed endless, spent in Innsbruck, from 16 to 18. Living like a prisoner, an outcast, within my family. My stepfather, a very calm and quiet man, was kind to me. My mother, as if atoning for an injustice she didn't know, seemed ready to fulfill all my desires. Young men tried to approach me, but I turned them all away with passionate resistance. I didn't want to live happily and contentedly while I was away from you. I had buried myself in a dark world of suffering and loneliness. I didn't wear the new and colorful clothes they bought me. I refused to go to concerts, theaters, or join outings with cheerful groups. I hardly ever went out into the street. Can you believe, my love, that in that small town where I lived for 2 years, I didn't even know 10 streets? I was in mourning and wanted to mourn. I added to my intoxication of not seeing you the other deprivations I had condemned myself to. And besides, I didn't want my attention to wander to anything other than my passion for living with you. I sat alone at home, for hours, for days, and did nothing but think about you, reliving hundreds of little memories of you, every encounter, every wait, playing these little events like a theatrical play for myself. And that's why, because I relived every second of that time countless times, my whole childhood remained in my memory as such a burning memory that I can feel every minute of those years that have passed as if they were still flowing in my blood yesterday, warm and vivid. I lived only in you all that time. I bought all your books. The days your name appeared in the newspaper were always a holiday for me. Can you believe that I knew every line in your books by heart, that I read them so often? If someone woke me up one night and read me a random line from those books, even today, 13 years later, I could continue it as if I were dreaming. Every word of yours became a Bible and a prayer for me. The whole world came into existence for me only insofar as it was related to you. I followed the concerts and premieres in the Vienna newspapers, only thinking about which one might interest you. And when evening came, I accompanied you from afar. Here she is entering the hall now. Now she is taking her seat. Because I only saw you once at a concert, I dreamed of it 1,000 times. But why am I telling you all this? Why am I telling this to someone who never sensed, never knew, this crazy, self-devouring, tragically desperate obsession of an abandoned child? But was I really still a child then? I was 17 or 18. Young people had started to turn and look at me in the streets. But by doing so they only angered me. Because to fall in love while thinking of someone other than you, or even just to play a game with love, was utterly inexplicable, utterly unthinkable to me, and moreover, even to give in to temptation and think these things would be no different from murder for me. My passion for you remained the same, only it changed along with my body. It became more intense, more physical and feminine with my more awakened feelings. And what the child of yesteryear, the child who rang your doorbell, could not perceive with his vague and untrained will, had now become a single thought for me, to give myself to you, to be yours. People around me thought I was timid, they called me shy. I kept my secret with great resistance in my inner world. But an iron will had taken root in me. All my thoughts and efforts were like an arrow drawn on a bow, directed towards a single goal, to return to Vienna, to return to you. And however meaningless, however incomprehensible it may seem to others, I forcibly fulfilled the dictates of my will. My stepfather was a wealthy man and looked upon me as his own child. But I, with fierce determination, wanted to earn my own money, and finally I managed to get sent to Vienna to stay with a relative, as an employee of a large clothing store. On a foggy autumn evening, finally, do I need to tell you where the first place I went when I arrived in Vienna was? I left my suitcase at the station, jumped on a tram. It seemed to me to be going very slowly. I was getting angry at every stop, and ran to your house. The windows were bright. My heart was pounding like crazy. The city, which until then had been so foreign to me, which had passed by me in such a meaningless way, had only now begun to live, and I only now was living again, because I sensed that you, my eternal dream, were now near me. In reality, I could not have felt that I was further away from your consciousness than I am now, beyond the valleys, mountains, and rivers, because there was only the thin, bright glass of the window between you and my gaze shining upwards. I was always looking up, always up. There was light there, there was your house, there was you, there was my world. For 2 years I had always imagined this moment, and now that moment had been given to me. I stood in front of your windows throughout that long, soft, cloudy evening, until the lights went out. Only then did I go to where I would stay. Every evening I stood in front of your house like this. I stayed until 6 in the evening. It was hard and tiring work, but I loved it, because the anxiety of the work made me feel less of the pain of my own anxiety. And as soon as the iron shutters came down with a noise behind me, I ran to my beloved destination. My only desire was to see you just once, to meet you just once, to embrace your face from afar with my gaze just once more. After about a week, I finally met you, and at an unexpected moment, while I was looking up and watching your windows, you came crossing the street. And then I suddenly became that 13-year-old child again. I felt my cheeks flush. Involuntarily, I bowed my head, resisting the desire that lay deep within me, the yearning to feel your eyes, and like lightning, I ran past you as if I were being chased. Later, I was ashamed of this timid escape, which only befits schoolgirls, because now my will was clear. I wanted to meet you. I was looking for you, after so many years spent in a kind of slumber and longing, finally your side. I wanted to be recognized. I wanted you to notice me, to love me. But you, even though I waited for you every evening in your street, under the snow that fell like a blizzard and in Vienna's biting, sharp wind, for a long time you didn't notice me. Sometimes I waited for hours, and you finally left your house accompanied by your acquaintances. Twice I saw you with women. I could tell that I was now an adult, that my feelings for you had changed, from the sudden and heart-pounding pounding that came over me when I saw you walking away with a foreign woman, arm in arm, with a very self-assured expression. Although I knew about the constant stream of female visitors from my childhood, now I was beginning to feel a physical pain from it. This blatant and physical intimacy with another woman created a tension in me, a tension that was both hostile and at the same time a demand to share that intimacy. One day, under the influence of a childish pride that I carried within me then, and perhaps still exists now, I tried to stay away from your house. But that empty evening, filled with resistance and rebellion, was terrible. The very next evening, I was again waiting in front of your house, resigned to my fate, waiting as I always did in front of your life, which had remained closed to me throughout my long destiny. And finally, one evening you noticed me. I had seen you coming from a distance, and I had mobilized all my willpower to avoid running away from you. By chance, the street narrowed because of a car unloading its cargo, and you had to pass very close to me. Your scattered gaze involuntarily lingered on me, and as soon as it met the attentiveness in my eyes, how frightened I was when I remembered it, it transformed into that special look you had for women, that affectionate, embracing gaze that simultaneously lifted all the veils of the person it was looking at, that embraced and instantly captured them, a gaze that brought me, a child, to the adulthood of a woman, of someone who loved me, for the first time in my life. For a second or two, those eyes held tightly onto my gaze, which couldn't escape, and didn't even want to escape, and then you had passed by me. My heart was pounding. I involuntarily had to slow my steps, and when I turned around with an irresistible curiosity, I saw that you had stopped and were looking after me. And from the curious interest in your gaze, I immediately understood, you didn't recognize me. No, you didn't recognize me. You didn't recognize me then. Never recognized me. I don't know how to describe the disappointment of that moment to you, my love, because then I was experiencing for the first time the pain of such a fate to which I would be condemned for the rest of my life, a fate of not being recognized by you, and now I am dying with that fate. Never having been recognized by you. How can I describe this disappointment to you? Because look, during those 2 years in Innsbruck, when I thought of you every hour and did nothing but imagine how our meeting again in Vienna would be, I imagined the worst and the happiest possibilities, depending on my state of mind. So to speak, Everything was imagined. In my gloomy moments, I had imagined in my head that you would reject me, that you would hate me because I was so insignificant, so ugly, so persistent. I had considered all the possible options of your displeasure, your coldness, your indifference, yes, all of them, in the form of passionate visions. But I had never dared to consider one of them, just one, the most terrible one, the possibility that you would not notice my existence in any way, even in my darkest moods, at the most extreme points of my inferiority complex. Although today I can understand, yes, you taught me to understand this, a woman's face is probably unusually changeable from a man's point of view, because such a face is often just a mirror of sometimes a passion, sometimes a childishness, sometimes a weariness, and it passes as quickly as an image reflected in a mirror. That is, it is much easier for a man to lose sight of a woman's face, because the changes that the passing years have created in that face are like a play of light and shadow, and clothes show faces in different frames each time. But those who have now resigned themselves to fate are the ones who truly know. However, I, who was still a young girl then, was not yet able to understand your forgetfulness, because as a result of my excessive and constant concern for you, a crazy thought had somehow sprouted in my inner world that you would often think of me and wait for me, if I had known that I was nothing to you. That not even the slightest memory of me affected you. I probably wouldn't have been able to breathe, and that awakening that took place under your gaze, showing that you didn't recognize me in any part of your being. That no memory, not even as thin as a spider's web, extended from your life to mine, was the first fall into the abyss of reality. My destiny. That was my first intuition regarding it. Then you didn't recognize me. And 2 days later, when your gaze enveloped me with a certain familiarity at a new encounter, you recognized me once more. Not as the person who loved you and whom you awakened, but only as the 18-year-old girl you had met in the same place just 2 days earlier. You looked at me with affectionate surprise, and a slight smile flickered across your lips. You passed by me again, and again you immediately slowed your steps. I was trembling, almost shouting with joy, and praying. You were going to speak to me. For the first time, I felt alive for you. I too slowed my steps. I didn't run away from you. And suddenly, without turning back, I felt you behind me. I knew I was about to hear that voice I adored speak to me for the first time. The anticipation was like a paralysis in my inner world. I was afraid of having to stop. My heart was pounding so fast, and you came over to me. You spoke to me with that slightly cheerful tone, as if we had known each other for a long time. Oh yes, you never sensed anything about my life. You spoke to me with such captivating ease that I even managed to answer you. We walked together all the way down the street. Then you asked me if we could have dinner together. How could I dare say no? We ate at a small restaurant. Do you remember where? Oh, of course not, because for you it was no different from any other similar evening, for who was I in your eyes? Just one of hundreds, a single link in an endless chain of adventures. There was nothing to remind me of you anyway. I spoke little, because having you near me, hearing you speak to me, was infinitely pleasurable for me. I didn't want to waste even a second of the conversation with a question, with a foolish word. I will always remember with gratitude and never forget how you deserved the passionate respect I felt for you during the time we spent there, how delicately and understandingly you behaved, how you stayed away from all insistent approaches and affections that included physicality. From the very first moment you displayed such a reassuring, friendly sincerity that even if I hadn't been yours with all my will and desire for so long, you would have won me over. Oh, you can never imagine what a great desire you fulfilled by not disappointing my 5-year-long childish expectation. It was getting late, we got up. At the restaurant door, you asked me if I was in a hurry, if I had a little more time. How could I hide the fact that I was ready for you? I said I had more time. Then you, immediately overcoming a slight hesitation, asked if I would like to come to your house for a chat. With pleasure, I said, completely giving myself over to the naturalness of the feeling within me, and immediately I realized that you were affected by my quick acceptance, whether with apprehension or joy, but in some way, but certainly surprised. Today I understand that surprise, because I know that women in general, however burning the desire to give themselves may be, are in the habit of denying this readiness, pretending to be frightened, or playing on an anger that must first be appeased through lies, oaths, and promises. I also know that perhaps only professionals in love, that is, prostitutes or pure, completely adolescent children, would respond to such an invitation with such joy. But what was happening inside me, how could you have sensed it, was simply a will now transformed into words, the yearning of thousands of individual days now united, overcoming all obstacles. But whatever the case, you were certainly affected. I had begun to interest you. As we walked, I felt you glancing at me from the side during our conversations, somehow sizing me up with a sense of wonder. Your feelings, those feelings so magically self-assured in every human matter, had immediately sensed something unusual, a secret, in this girl. Your curious side had awakened, and from the encompassing, clue-seeking expression of your questions I realized how you were searching for that secret. We went up to your apartment. My love, I beg your forgiveness if I tell you that you cannot understand what this ascent, these stairs, meant to me, what kind of intoxication, what kind of confusion, what kind of crazy, painful, almost deadly happiness it was. I can hardly think of all this now without tears welling up in my eyes, and now I have no more tears left. But just try to feel this. Every object there seemed to be filled with my passion, a symbol of my childhood, of my longing. The door of the apartment where I waited for you thousands of times, the stairs where I always listened for your footsteps and saw you for the first time, the peephole through which I looked with all my soul, the doormat standing in front of your apartment door where I once knelt. The sound of the key turning in the lock that always startled me from my hiding place. My whole childhood, all my passion was nestled there, in that few-meter space. That was my whole life, and now that life was descending upon me like a storm, because everything I desired, absolutely everything, had come true, and I was walking with you. I was in your house, our house. Imagine, I know, it sounds very ordinary, but I don't know how else to say it. Everything that stretched to your door was just reality throughout my life, a blurry everyday world, and beyond your door, the magical world of the child, Aladdin's land, began. Imagine that I had looked at this door, which I now stumble through, perhaps 1,000 times before with burning eyes, and only then could you sense what that moment that is collapsing has taken from my life. But, as I said, you can only sense it, but you can never know it completely, my love. I stayed with you all night that evening. You never sensed that no man had ever touched me, felt or seen my body before. But how could you sense it, my love, since I never resisted you in any way? I suppressed any shyness that might have stemmed from timidity, and I did this so that you would not learn the secret of my love for you, which, if you knew it, would undoubtedly frighten you, because you only love what is easy, playful, and devoid of weight. You are afraid to interfere with fate. You want to waste yourself, to everyone, to the world, and you want no sacrifice. Now, if I were to say that I gave myself to you as a virgin, please do not misunderstand me. For I do not blame you. You neither attracted me, nor deceived me with lies, nor seduced me. I forced myself upon you, threw myself into your arms, threw myself into my fate. I will never, ever blame you, no, I will only always thank you, because that night was incredibly rich for me, full of the glimmers of pleasure and exhilarating with happiness. When I opened my eyes in the dark and felt you beside me, I was amazed that the stars were not above me, the sky was so close. No, I never regretted it, my love, I never regretted those hours. I still remember, when you were asleep, when I heard your breath, when I felt your body and found myself so close to you, I cried in the dark with happiness. I insisted on leaving early in the morning. I had to go to work and I also wanted to leave before the servant arrived, he shouldn't see me. When I stood before you after getting dressed, you took me in your arms and looked at me for a long time. It was a recollection, a dark and distant recollection, or perhaps because of the happiness I felt, did I only seem beautiful to you? Then you kissed me on the lips. I gently pulled away from you and wanted to leave. Then you asked me, "Would you like to take some flowers with you when you leave?" I said yes. You took 4 white roses from the blue vase on the writing desk. Oh yes, I recognized them from that single, stealthy glance in my childhood, and gave them to me. I kissed them for days. We had previously arranged to meet another evening. I came, and everything was extraordinary again. You gifted me a 3rd night. Then you said you had to go on a trip. Oh, if only you knew how much I hated these trips since childhood, and promised to call me as soon as you returned. I gave you a post-restaurant address. I didn't want to tell you my name. I was keeping my secret. When you said goodbye, you gave me a few roses again, instead of a farewell. For 2 months I asked every day. But no, there's no point in telling you about this hellish torment of waiting and despair. I don't blame you. I love you for who you are, warm-hearted and quick to forget, giving and unfaithful. I love you only for who you always were and who you still are now. You hadn't returned for a long time. I understood this when I saw your lit windows, and you hadn't written to me. I have not a single line from you in these last hours, not a single line from the person to whom I gave my life. I waited, like someone left in despair. I waited. But you didn't call me, you didn't write a single line, not a single line. My child died yesterday. He was also your child. Yes, he was your child, my love, the child of one of those 3 nights, I swear to you, and if a person has the shadow of death upon him, he no longer lies. He was our child, I swear to you, because from the hours I gave myself to you until the hour my child was taken from my body, no man's hand touched me. I was blessed in my own eyes by your touch. How could I divide myself between you, who had become everything to me, and others who had merely brushed against my life? He was our child, my love, the child of my conscious love and your careless, extravagant, almost unconscious tenderness. Yes, our child, our son, our only child. But now you ask, perhaps with fear, perhaps simply with astonishment. You ask now, my love, why I hid this child for so many years and why I speak of him for the first time today, while he sleeps here, now in an eternal sleep, now ready to leave and never return. Yes, never. But how could I tell you? You would never have believed that a stranger like me, the excessively passionate lover of 3 nights, the woman who opened herself to you without any resistance, moreover passionately, the nameless woman of a fleeting encounter, would remain faithful to you, to a man like you who doesn't know what fidelity is. You would never have recognized this child as your child without a doubt. Even if my words had given you the impression that such a possibility existed, you could never have shaken off the secret suspicion that I was trying to make you, a wealthy man, accept a child born from hours spent with a stranger. You would always have looked at me with suspicion, the timid shadow of distrust fluttering in the void between us always remained. I didn't want such a thing to happen. And besides, I know you, perhaps. I know you better than you know yourself. I know that for you, who love the carefree, the easy, the playful side of love, suddenly becoming a father, suddenly bearing the responsibility of a fate, would be unpleasant. You, who can only breathe when you are free, would feel bound to me in some way, to me, yes, I know. You would do it despite your own vigilant will, yes. You would hate me for this state of attachment. Perhaps for just a few hours, perhaps even for just a few fleeting minutes, I would be the target of your hatred, whereas, out of pride, what I wanted was for you to think of me for a lifetime without any worries. Rather than being a burden to you, I wanted to take on everything myself and be the only woman among all the women in your life that you always remember with love and gratitude. But you, of course, never thought of me. You forgot me. I don't blame you, my love, no, I don't blame you. Forgive me if a drop of bitterness occasionally mixes with the ink of my pen. Yes, forgive me, because my child, our child lies dead right here, under the flickering light of the candles. I clenched my fists at God and called him a murderer. My feelings are clouded and confused. Forgive my lament, please forgive me, for I know that you are a good person, that in the deepest part of your heart you are always ready to help. You help everyone, even the most distant stranger to you, if they ask. But your kindness is a very strange kindness, open to everyone, so that anyone who wants it can take as much as they can fit into their hands. Your kindness is great, infinitely great, but at the same time, I beg your pardon, it is a lazy kindness. It wants to be warned, it wants people to come and take it. You only help when called upon, when asked, not because you enjoy it or take pleasure in it, but out of shame, out of weakness. You, let me say this openly, do not prefer the person in distress and suffering to his happy brother. And it is difficult to ask anything from people like you, even from the best of them. Once, when I was still a child, I saw you give something to a beggar who rang your doorbell through the peephole. You gave him immediately, even too much, before he even had a chance to ask. But you did it with a certain nervousness and haste, out of fear, as if you were afraid to see his eyes, so that he would leave. I have never forgotten this nervous, timid, thankless way of helping. And that is why I have never approached you. Of course I know, back then you would have supported me, even if you weren't sure the child was yours. You would have comforted me, given me money, plenty of it, but you always did it with a secret impatience to get rid of what bothered you. I even think you would have persuaded me to have an abortion. And that was actually my greatest fear, because I couldn't manage to refuse you something you wanted, to withhold it from you. But that child meant everything to me, because it was yours, a second you, but at the same time it was no longer you, that is, it wasn't the happy, carefree you that I could no longer hold on to. Instead, that's what I thought. It was the you who had always been given to me, the prisoner of my body, tightly bound to my life. Now I had finally caught you. I could feel your life blossoming and growing in my veins. I could nourish you, quench your thirst. I could caress and kiss you when a burning desire arose in my soul. Do you see, my love, that's why I was so happy when I realized I would have a child with you. That's why I hid it from you, because now you couldn't escape me anymore. What I experienced, of course, wasn't just months of happiness that I had anticipated in my thoughts, my love, but also months filled with fear and pain, with disgust at the baseness of people. My life wasn't easy. I couldn't go to work in the last months so that my pregnancy wouldn't attract the attention of relatives and so that they wouldn't tell my family. I didn't want to ask my mother for money, so during the period leading up to the birth, I barely made ends meet by selling the few pieces of jewelry I had. A week before the birth, a washerwoman stole the last few pennies I had left in my closet, so I had to go to a state maternity hospital. In that institution, where only the poorest, the outcast and forgotten, went when they were desperate, there, in the midst of the ruins of poverty, the child, your child, was born. But it was a place to die. Everything was foreign, foreign, foreign. We, those lying there, were strangers to each other. We were all alone, and each of us was filled with hatred for the others. The same poverty and the same suffering had thrown us into that dark hall, crammed with chloroform and blood, screams and groans. I suffered there, in abundance, all the pain that poverty can inflict, from humiliation to spiritual and physical shame, with the shared fate of prostitutes and patients turning into a common vulgarity, with the cynicism of young male doctors who, with an ironic smile on their lips, peeled off the coverings of defenseless women and touched them with a pretense of scientific attitude, with the greed of nurses. Ah yes, there, one's shame is crucified with glances and whipped with words. All that remains of you is the tablet with your name on it, because the one lying in the bed is merely a trembling piece of flesh, examined by curious hands, the object of glances and scrutiny. Ah yes, women who give children to their lovingly waiting husbands in his house, alone, defenseless, do not know what it means to give birth to a child on a table where experiments are conducted, And even today, when I read the word hell in a book, I still suddenly think of that place where I suffered, where I was choked up. I remember the crowded, steaming hall, overflowing with groans, laughter, and bloody screams, that shameful slaughterhouse. Forgive me, I'm doing this just this once. And I will never, never do it again. I have been silent about this for 11 years, and soon I will be silent forever. But I had to cry out, just once, to tell you how heavily I paid the price for the child who had been all my happiness, and who now lies here, breathless. But I had forgotten those hours, with my child's laughter and voice. I had long forgotten them in my happiness, but now, because he is dead, the pain is reborn. And I had to cry it out of my soul. Just this once, only this time. But it is not you I blame, only God. Only God who made this pain so meaningless. I swear to you, and I never stood up to you because I was angry. Even when my body writhed in agony, when I burned with shame under the piercing stares of the medical students, even when the pain shattered my soul, I never blamed you before God. I never regretted those nights, and I never rebuked my love for you. I always loved you and always blessed the moment we met. And if I had to relive the hell of those hours once more, and if I knew beforehand what awaited me, I would do everything I did again, my love, once more, thousands of times. Our child died yesterday. You never knew him. Never, not even in brief, chance encounters, did your gaze ever touch this tiny living thing, this life that blossomed like a flower, this life you created, even if it was just passing by. I hid this child from you for a long time after giving birth to him. My longing for you had become less painful. I even think I loved you with a passion that was less intense than before. At least, since this child was given to me as a gift, my love was less painful than before. I didn't want to divide myself between you and him. So I dedicated myself to you, not to the man who lived his life without caring about me, but to this child who needed me, whom I had to feed, whom I could kiss and hug. I felt as if I had escaped from the anxiety and bad fate that stemmed from you, thanks to this other, different you, the you who truly belonged to me, now rarely, very rarely, would give in to my feelings and approach your home. I only continued to do one thing. I always sent you a bouquet of white roses on your birthdays, the exact same ones you gave me after that first night of love. Over the past 10 or 11 years, have you ever asked yourself who sent them? Do you ever remember the person to whom you once gave those roses? I don't know, and I will never know the answer. For me, it was enough to simply hand you those roses from the darkness, to refresh the memories of that time, once a year. You never knew our poor child. Today I blame myself for hiding him from you, because you loved him. Yes, you never knew that poor child. You never saw how he smiled when he slightly opened his eyelids and then, with those dark, intelligent eyes, your eyes, sent cheerful and bright lights to me, to the whole world. Oh, what a cheerful, what a lovely child he was. All the lightness of your being was childishly replicated in him. Your quick-working, lively imagination was renewed in him. Just as you played with life, he could play with everything for hours as if in love, and then raise his eyebrows and with all seriousness return to his books. Over time he became more and more like you. Lately, that seriousness and playful tendency that is characteristic of you began to manifest itself visibly in his personality, and the more he resembled you, the more I loved him. He learned his lessons well. He could babble in French like a chatty little magpie. His notebooks were the cleanest in the class, and meanwhile he was incredibly charming in his black velvet suit or his little white sailor jacket. Wherever he went, he was the most stylish of all. When we went down to the beach together in Grotto, the women would stop and stroke his long blonde hair. When he went sleighing in Semmering, everyone would turn and look at him in admiration. That's how charming, elegant, and docile a child he was. When he started school in the boarding section of their Scienum in his final year, He wore his uniform and little sword like a child under the patronage of the king in the 18th century. Now, a little further away, that child, with his pale lips and clasped hands, has nothing on but his little nightgown. But perhaps you are now asking me how I could raise my child in such luxury, how I could provide him with this bright and joyful life, befitting the world of the elite. My love, I call to you from the darkness. I feel no shame, I want to tell you this. But don't be afraid, my love, I sold myself. I wasn't exactly one of those street girls or prostitutes, but I sold myself. I had rich boyfriends, rich lovers. First I sought them, then they sought me, because, I don't know if you ever noticed, I was very beautiful. Every man I gave myself to became attached to me, they all thanked me, became attached to me, they loved me, only you, yes my love, only you didn't love me. Do you hate me now because I confessed that I sold myself? No, I know, you don't hate me, I know, you understand everything, and you will understand that I did this only for you, for your other self, for your child. I once encountered the terrible side of poverty in a ward of that maternity hospital. I knew that in this world, the poor person is always the oppressed, the humiliated, the victimized person, and I didn't want your child, your bright-faced, beautiful child, to grow up down there, among the fumes, the garbage, the vulgarities of the street, and the dirty air of a room overlooking the courtyard of a building. I couldn't accept it, no matter the cost. His thin lips shouldn't meet the language of the streets. His snow-white body shouldn't meet the flimsy laundry of poverty. Your child should have everything he should have. All the riches and comforts of the earth, and thus he should be able to rise again to you, to the space of life that belongs to you. That is why, only that, my love, I sold myself. It was not a sacrifice for me, because what people usually call honor and shame was not important to me. You, the only person to whom my body belonged, did not love me, so what happened to my body no longer mattered to me. The lovemaking of men, even their deepest passions, did not affect the depths of my inner world. Yet I involuntarily respected some of them. And when I remembered my own fate, I was often shaken by the pity I felt for their unrequited love. All the men I knew treated me well, spoiled me, and respected me. There was one in particular, an old count whose wife had died, who knocked on every door until he could get the fatherless child, your child, to be taken to their asylum. He loved me like his own daughter. 3 times, 4 times he proposed marriage to me, so today I could be a countess, living without hardship as the lady of a castle in the Tyrol region, like in fairy tales, because then the child would have a loving, affectionate father, and I would have a quiet, noble, kind-hearted husband. But despite all the count's insistence, and despite causing him great pain with my refusal, I couldn't. Perhaps it was madness, because otherwise I would now be living somewhere peacefully and safely, and my beloved child would be with me. But why should I avoid admitting this to you? I didn't want to bind myself. I always wanted to remain free for you. Deep inside me, in the subconscious of my being, that old childhood dream still lived. Perhaps one day you could call me to your side, even if only for an hour. And for the sake of that 1 hour, which was just a possibility, I turned everything back, just to be free at your first call. After all, since my awakening from childhood, what has my whole life been but waiting for your will? And finally, that hour truly arrived. But you don't know it. You don't even sense it, my love. Even as that hour passed, you didn't recognize me. In fact, you never, ever recognized me. Because I had often encountered you before, in theaters, concerts, amusement parks, on the street, and each time my heart was in my mouth, but your gaze always passed me by. Because outwardly, I was now a very different person. The old shy child had given way to a woman who, according to them, was beautiful, always wearing expensive dresses, surrounded by admirers, How could you possibly guess that I was once that shy young girl in the hazy light of your bedroom? Sometimes one of the gentlemen I was with would greet you, you would thank him and look at me. But your gaze was only a polite stranger, a respectful but never recognizing, a foreign, terrifying stranger's gaze. Once, I still remember, this unfamiliarity, which I had almost become accustomed to, turned into a burning pain. I was sitting with my boyfriend in the opera box, and you were in the neighboring box. As the overture began, the lights went out. I could no longer see your face. I only felt your breath as close as it had been that first night, and you rested your hand on the velvet-covered railing of our boxes, that slender, delicate hand. And within me, a desire arose to lean down and kiss that stranger's hand, the hand I had once felt in your affectionate embrace, the hand I had loved so much. The music around me, was constantly creating even greater storms of emotion. The desire within me was becoming more and more passionate. I had to restrain myself, to pull back. The force drawing my lips to that beloved hand was too great. After the first act, I asked my friend to leave. I couldn't bear to feel you so strange and yet so close to me in the darkness any longer. But the hour came, once more, one last time, you came into my life amidst the ruins. That was almost exactly a year ago, the day after your birthday. It was strange. I had been thinking of you all those hours, because I always celebrated your birthday like a holiday. Early in the morning I went out and bought white roses and, as I did every year, sent them to you in memory of a moment you had forgotten. In the afternoon I went out with my son, took him to the demo pastry shop, and in the evening to the theater, because I wanted him to celebrate this day, without knowing its meaning, like a mysterious holiday from his youth. The next day I met my then boyfriend, a young and wealthy factory owner from Bren. We had been together for 2 years. He adored me, spoiled me, and wanted to marry me like the others. Despite showering my son and me with gifts, and being charming with his somewhat blind love, I always refused him, just as I did with others. We went to a concert together, where we met a cheerful band, had dinner at a restaurant on the Ringstrasse, and later, amidst laughter and conversation, I suggested we go to a danceable bar, Tabrin. I normally found such places, filled with alcohol and a pretentious atmosphere, repulsive, like any place frequented by night owls, and I always objected to such suggestions, but this time, what compelled me to make the suggestion suddenly and without my realizing it, in an environment fermented by the cheerful approval of others, was an inexplicable and magical force rising within me, as if something special awaited me there. An inexplicable desire had suddenly arisen within me. Everyone immediately got up, as was their habit, to go along with me. We went to that bar, drank champagne, and suddenly a joy I had never known before, a completely wild, almost painful joy, arose within me. I drank and drank, joined in while the rather vulgar songs were being sung, and felt almost compelled to dance and revel. But suddenly, as if something icy or scorching hot had clung to my heart, I was shaken. You were sitting at the table next to us with a few friends, and you were looking at me with admiration, and at the same time with a look of desire, one of those looks that had always turned my life upside down. For the first time in 10 years, you were looking at me with the power of all that passion stemming from your subconscious. I trembled where I stood. The glass I had raised almost fell from my hand. Luckily, those at the table didn't notice the commotion I'd fallen into. The commotion was lost in the noise of the laughter and music. Your gaze was becoming increasingly intense, and it felt as if you were throwing me entirely into the flames. But I couldn't tell, had you finally recognized me, or did you passionately desire me as a new, different, foreign woman? My cheeks were flushed, and I was giving my friends at the table absent-mindedly some answers. You must have noticed how confused I was because of your gaze. Without letting those around you notice, you gave me a signal with a nod of your head and invited me outside, into the hall. Then you conspicuously paid the bill, said goodbye to your friends, and left. But in the meantime, you didn't forget to give me a signal that you would wait for me outside. I was shivering as if I were freezing or having a fever. I could no longer answer or calm my blood which was lashing out. By chance, at that very moment, a couple in black started performing a disgusting dance with their heels stamping on the ground and shrill screams. Everyone was staring at them, and I took advantage of the moment. I stood up, told my boyfriend I would be right back, and followed you. Outside, you were standing in the hallway in front of the wardrobe, waiting for me. Your eyes lit up as I approached. You came closer, smiling. I immediately understood that you didn't recognize me. You didn't recognize me as the child and young girl I once was. You were reaching out to me once again as someone new, unknown. Do you have an hour for me too? You asked with a certain expression of intimacy. From your confident manner, I understood that you were calling me as one of those women for sale for an evening. Yes, I said, the same yes that the young girl had given you more than 10 years ago, trembling but so naturally, on a street where twilight was falling. So when can we meet? You asked. Whenever you wish, I said. I felt no shame in your presence. You looked at me with a little surprise, the same look you had once given me when the speed of my decision surprised you, a look that carried both doubt and curiosity. Now? You asked, hesitating slightly. Yes, I said. We can go. I wanted to go to the wardrobe to get my coat. But then it occurred to me that my boyfriend had the receipt for the coats we had given each other. It was impossible to go back and ask for the receipt without giving a detailed explanation. And on the other hand, I didn't want to sacrifice an hour with you, which I had longed for years. So I didn't hesitate for a moment. I took only my shawl over my evening dress and went out into the damp night, not bothering with my coat, not bothering with the kind, loving man who had provided for me for years. But in front of his friends, I had put him in the position of the most foolish person imaginable, someone whose lover had run away from him years later at the first whistle of a stranger. Oh yes, I was fully aware of the baseness, the disloyalty, the shamelessness I had committed against an honest boyfriend. I felt that I had behaved ridiculously and that I had now permanently broken a good man's heart. I felt that I had cut my life right down the middle, but friendship and my own life were worthless compared to being able to feel your lips one more time, to hear those warming words you would say to me. That's how I loved you. I can tell you this now, because everything is over and gone. And I think that even if you called me from my deathbed, I would gather the strength to get up and go with you. A car was waiting in front of the door. We went to your house. I heard your voice again, felt your tender closeness again, and felt as numb as I once was, filled with childlike happiness. How I climbed those stairs again for the first time after more than 10 years. No, I can never manage to describe how I lived both the past and the present together in those seconds, and above all, how I lived you. Little had changed in your room. There were a few more pictures, more books, a few strange objects here and there, but they all greeted me with a familiar expression. And on the table, the vase with the roses in it stood. I had sent them to you the day before, on your birthday, as a memento of someone you don't remember, someone you don't know, someone you don't even know now, hand in hand and lip to lip, near you. But still, your care for the roses had done me good, thus, like a breath from my being, a breath of my love was near. You took me in your arms. I stayed with you throughout that wonderful night. But you didn't recognize me even by my naked body. I happily experienced your skillful tenderness, and saw that you make no distinction between a passionate lover and a woman who can be bought with money, and that you can devote yourself to your passion, with all the extravagant richness of your being, without a second thought. You were extremely kind and extremely respectful to me, a woman taken from a nightclub, but at the same time you were extremely enthusiastic in enjoying the pleasure of the woman beside you. Dizzy with old happiness, I felt again that unique duality of your being, that ability to combine both consciousness and sensuality in that lust that has made even a child dependent on you. I had never before experienced in any man such a tender surrender, such an explosion and radiance in the deepest part of the self. Of course, this state later faded away in an endless, almost inhuman, forgetfulness. On the other hand, I too had forgotten myself. Now, in the darkness, beside you, who was I? Was I the burning child of yesteryear, the mother of your child, or a stranger? Ah, yes, everything on that passionate night was so familiar, so lived, and yet so dizzyingly new. And I prayed that night would never end. But morning came, we got up late, and you invited me to have breakfast with you. Together, we drank tea prepared in the dining room by an unseen serving hand, and chatted a little. You spoke to me again with all the openness and heartfelt warmth of your being, and again you asked me no intimate questions. You were completely indifferent to the person I was. You didn't ask me my name, where I lived. For you I was again only an adventure, the nameless one, the fiery hours that completely melted away in the mists of oblivion. This time you told me you would be traveling very far, going to North Africa for 2 or 3 months, and I trembled in the midst of my happiness, because it had already begun to echo in my ears. It passed, and it was forgotten. At that moment, what I most wanted to do was to kneel before you and cry out, take me with you so that, finally, after all these years, you can finally recognize me. But before you I was so timid, so cowardly, so submissive and weak that I could only say, what a pity! You looked at me with a smile. Are you really upset about this? That's when I suddenly became wild. I stood up, looked at you for a long time, and kept my eyes on you. Then I said, the man I was in love with also always went on journeys. I looked at you, looking directly into your eyes. Now he will recognize me. Everything inside me began to tremble and shake. But you smiled at me and said, as if to console me, but journeys come back. Yes, I replied. One comes back, but by then it's already forgotten. There must have been something repulsive, excessively passionate in the way I said these things to you. Because you also stood up, looked at me, surprised and very loving. You took hold of my shoulders. The good thing is unforgettable. I won't forget you, you said, and meanwhile your gaze completely pierced into me, as if you wanted to draw my picture in your memory. And when I felt those gazes entering me, searching, sensing, enveloping my whole being, I thought that finally, at last, the walls of blindness had crumbled. He will recognize me. He will recognize me. My whole soul trembled with this thought. But you didn't recognize me. No, you didn't recognize me. You were never as estranged from me as you were at that moment. Otherwise you could never have done what you did a few minutes later. You kissed me passionately once more. I had to straighten my tangled hair again, and as I stood in front of the mirror, I thought I would collapse from shame and horror. Yes, in the mirror, I saw you secretly stuffing a few large bills into my sleeve. I don't know how I managed not to scream, not to slap you at that moment. You paid me, who had loved you since childhood, who was the mother of your child, for that night. I was just a whore you found in Tabarin. That's all you paid me. Yes, you paid me. Being forgotten by you wasn't enough. I also had to be humiliated. I gathered my belongings. I wanted to leave, to get out immediately. The pain I was feeling was immense. I reached for my hat. It was on the table, next to the vase containing white roses, my roses. At that moment, a strong, irresistible urge came over me. I wanted to try to remind you one more time. Would you give me one of your white roses? With pleasure, you said, and immediately took out a rose. But perhaps they are a gift from a woman who loves you, I said. Perhaps, you said. I don't know. They were sent to me, but I don't know who they came from. That's why I love them so much. I looked at you. Perhaps they came from a woman you've forgotten. You looked up in astonishment. I fixed my gaze on you too. Recognize me now. My eyes were screaming. But in your eyes there was a sweet and innocent smile. You kissed me once more. But you didn't recognize me. I rushed to the door because I felt my eyes filling with tears, and you shouldn't see it. I rushed out so quickly that I almost collided with the butler, Johann, in the hall. Johann recoiled, immediately stepped aside, opened the apartment door to let me out, and right there, in that 1 second, do you hear? When I looked at him, the old man, with my eyes full of tears, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. In that single second, do you understand? In that single second, the old man, who hadn't seen me since childhood, recognized me. Because of this recognition, I could have knelt before him and kissed his hands. I immediately took out the paper money you had stuffed into my sleeve to whip me and shoved it into his pocket. The old man trembled, lifted his head and looked at me. Fearfully, in that single second he realized more about me than you could ever realize in your whole life. Yes, absolutely all people spoiled me. They were all good to me. Only you, yes, only you forgot me. Only you never knew me. My child died, our child. Now there is no one else in the world who will love him except you. But who are you to me? You who never ever knew me, who passed by me as if passing by a puddle, who stepped on me as if stepping on a stone, who always went on your way and left me in endless waiting. Who are you to me? I thought I could keep you just once. I thought I could keep you, the one who always runs away, in your child. But in the end, he is your child. He cruelly left me in one night, went on a journey, and will never return. I am alone again, more alone than ever before. I have nothing of you, no child, no word, no memory. And if someone says my name in your presence, you will pass by indifferently, like a stranger. So, since I am dead to you, why shouldn't I enjoy dying? Since you have gone from me, why shouldn't I go on my way? No, my love, I am not accusing you. I do not want to send my sorrows to your cheerful home. Do not fear that I will continue to disturb you, forgive me. I only had to voice the cries of my soul while our child lay dead and abandoned a little further away. I only had to speak to you once after that. I will return to my darkness speechless again. Just as I always remain speechless in your presence. But you will not hear this cry as long as I live. But only if I die will this cry reach you, a legacy from me, from the one who loved you more than anyone, but was never known by you, from the one who always waited for you, but was never called by you. Perhaps, yes, perhaps only then. You will call me, and for the first time I will be unfaithful to you, because when I am dead I can no longer hear you. I leave you no picture and no sign. Just as you leave me nothing, you will never, ever know me. This was my fate while I was alive. Let it be so after my death. I do not want to call you to share my last hour. I am leaving without you knowing my name and my face. I die with peace of mind, because you cannot feel that death from afar. If my death were to cause you pain, then I could not die. I can't write any more. My mind is so muddled. I have aches all over, a fever. I think I'll have to lie down soon. Maybe everything will be over quickly, maybe fate will be kind to me for once, and I won't have to see how they take my child away. I can't write anymore. Goodbye, my love, goodbye, thank you. Everything was good as it was, despite everything. That's why I want to thank you until my last breath. I feel good, I've told you everything. Now you know, you only sense how much I loved you, and because of this love, no burden is on your shoulders. You won't miss me, that comforts me. Nothing in your beautiful, bright life will be different than it was before. I don't cause you any sorrow with my death, that comforts me, my love. But who will send you white roses every birthday from now on? Oh yes, the vase will be empty, that gentle breath that once blew around you, that tiny breeze that came to you. From my life, yes, that too will wither. My love, listen, I beg you, this is my first and last request of you, for my sake, do this, on every birthday. Because a birthday is a day when one reflects on oneself, buy roses and put them in a vase. Do this, my love, just as others have a ceremony once a year for their deceased loved ones. As for me, I no longer believe in God and I don't want rituals. I only believe in you. I only love you. And I only want to continue living in you a little longer. Oh yes, just one day a year, so quietly, just as I live by your side. I beg you, do this, my love. This is my first and last request from you. Thank you. I love you, goodbye. R. dropped the letter from his trembling hands. Then he thought for a long time. Some mixed memories of a neighbor's child, of a young girl, of a woman in a nightclub appeared in his head, but it was a blurry and confused state of remembrance, like the shimmering and trembling of a stone on the riverbed, devoid of any form. The man felt the presence of memories of emotion, but he still couldn't recall them. It was as if he had seen all these people in a dream. He had seen them often, but it was only a dreamlike state. At that moment, his gaze fell on the blue vase on his writing desk. The vase was empty for the first time on a birthday in years. He was afraid. It was as if a door had suddenly opened without being seen, and a cold breeze from another world was flowing into his quiet room. R. felt a death and an immortal love. It was as if a shell had broken in his soul, and the man thought of the invisible, of distant music, devoid of corporeality and passionately.